Oops, don't need to have this though, do I? I need to get my lights on. Completely forgot that I need to have my light on so people can properly see me. Sheesh. Let's get this thing started, shall we? Good afternoon or good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hurricane Watch Team is here with live coverage as Hurricane Agatha makes its way towards Mexico right now. This is the latest satellite imagery, as y'all can see, making its way. It is only moving at 6 miles an hour, so I know it looks like it's going to make landfall in about an hour or two or so, but it's really going to be making landfall later this afternoon, depending on how long it takes. So there it is. We got quite some time still prior to landfall here, as y'all can see here. Still waiting to see. Category 2 hurricane, winds about 110 or so miles an hour. I'm actually going to take a look and see what the latest update from the National Hurricane Center is. Probably still winds of 110 miles an hour, which is good. I was indeed worried that we were going to see a storm with winds excess of 115 miles an hour. So let's see and take a look at this latest update. Okay, thank God, it has not intensified anymore. Which is good. Agatha expected to make a landfall in southern Mexico later today. Strong winds and heavy rain spreading across, I don't know how to pronounce that, state of Mexico. But here it is, 15 degrees north, 97 degrees west. Currently it is just 50 miles southwest of Puerto Angel, Mexico. Maximum sustained winds are 110 miles an hour. It is moving northeast at around 50 degrees at just 8 miles per hour and air pressure of 964 millibars. We got quite a hurricane going on here. I do want to go to tropical tidbits and take a look and see what we got in terms of a aircraft reconnaissance, because I do know they are in there. Kind of curious what the air pressure readings are. 970. Nothing super low anymore. 977, 976 millibars or so seems to be the lowest air pressure they're finding. So nothing crazy low anymore, thank God. With what this latest satellite imagery is, again, here it is. This is the latest satellite imagery of the hurricane, as y'all can see right here. Those winds again. You can clearly see that center rotating right in this area and is continuing to make its way towards Mexico. We do actually have some cameras we want to pull up and actually show y'all, mainly one camera, as this makes its way towards Mexico. You can see that CDO spreading over Mexico. We're seeing those tropical storm force winds. Soon they're going to be seeing winds as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour and eventually hurricane force as this pushes its way into Mexico, and they begin to see those winds really ramp up to over 100, up to 110, with gusts approaching 130 miles an hour. Very, very strong wind gusts are expected with this, especially on the east side. You can kind of see it rotate this way. So this is the area, right in this area, where I think they're going to have the biggest amounts of storm surge, and they're going to have the biggest threats from this hurricane, as you're going to have that wind pushing 110 miles an hour and pushing the storm surge. Really, usually right where the hurricane makes landfall, they don't really have huge, massive amounts of storm surge, but they still have very, very, very strong winds. That's where you usually get the lowest amount of pressure. So again, winds just really being deadly right here. Just not moving too quickly. I mean, only 8 miles an hour. Really a crawler right here. I do want to go over the biggest threats with what we think are going to bring with this hurricane. Again, we are going to be looking at heavy, heavy rain for sure. I do want to look over the main hazards that are going to be affecting land with this system. Again, we're going to be looking at hurricane conditions are expected in the hurricane warning area. And again, we'll be looking at storm surge. Doesn't say the extent of storm surge. Heavy rain, lots of flooding, and again up to 10 to 16 inches of rain, with some areas exceeding over 20 inches. That's close to 2 feet of rain. It's 24 inches is 2 feet. With life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides may occur. Again, this part of Mexico is really close to mountains, and so this is a very mountainous area, and you get a lot of heavy rain lots of trees. The dirt begins to get loose. The trees can't hold any more water. The dirt begins to fall and is really, really loose at this point, and things start sliding down mountains, and it's very, very dangerous. Very, very horrible. 15 inches is possible. Swelling, flooding, storm surge, extreme wind. Very, very, very dangerous. Convection remains quite deep and symmetric around the center. Dvorak estimates has been only at steady 5.0. Therefore, the initial intensity is held at 95 knots. Air Force reconnaissance aircraft is nearing the system, and data it collects will be quite helpful in assessing the strength of the structure of Agatha. It is moving to the northeast at about 7 knots. Again, 6 miles an hour. It's not moving. This motion should take the core of the hurricane to the coast of, still don't know how to pronounce this state. This afternoon, not much change was made to the previous NHC track forecast, and this one lies near the middle of the guidance envelope. So I do want to look at the graphic. So again, this is where we're looking at. This is what we're looking at with the hurricane right now. We are seeing tropical storm force winds moving into Mexico right now. You can see this is where it's still gonna be a hurricane there, and then eventually a storm once it gets towards the central Mexico. And then by 7 p.m. tomorrow evening is when this is expected to weaken to a depression, and this will then not be as strong. And then is when we have the idea of the possibility of this making its way into the southern Bay of Campeche. Now, obviously, the low-level circulation is going to be ripped out because of those mountains, maybe. But the mid and upper-level circulation should still be somewhat still there intact. And then once it moves over the Bay of Campeche, there's still that possibility where we could see the storm try to develop again, because it's going to be moving over relatively warm waters. I'm actually going to show you those SSTs, those sea surface temperatures. And one of the few things actually working in favor of this, it's going to be sea surface temperatures. There's going to be some wind shear in this area, and even some, I think actually some dry air, a little bit of dry air in this area too. So that's one of the things I do want to look at. I'm going to actually go to analysis and actually look at the ocean analysis, because I'm curious, what are the water temperatures looking like here in the Western Atlantic? So again, it's going to be making landfall somewhere around here, and it's going to be pretty much just moving directly right here, kind of over here. And now it would have been better if it would have been bigger possibly for it to transition if it were to be right over here. However, it's moving over in the more mountainous terrain right here, and right here, and you do see there 28, even 29 degrees centigrade right here. So very, very, very warm water temperatures here, and mainly the southwest Gulf and the western Bay of Campeche. We're seeing much warmer water temperatures of over 80 degrees, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Very, very warm. As you see here, 31, 30, 31, 31, maybe even a half degree centigrade. Very, very, very warm sea surface temperatures for sure. I'm just going to move this right on over. So again, an inch is about 25 or so millimeters, and 20 inches is at about 500 millimeters for those people who are watching from Mexico, or anyone who's using millimeters instead of inches. So yes, it does have recon. It hasn't really, I've had a problem with recon. I was trying to use it yesterday. It's not showing it. It doesn't seem to appear right here. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, but I click on aircraft reconnaissance. There it is off. There it is on, and it's not showing anything. But this is the tropical storm force wind field right here. Here's the 50 knot wind field, which is about 60 miles an hour. And here's the 64 knot wind field, which are winds excess of 74 miles an hour or higher. And as you can see, there's that Hurricane Agatha, 964 millibars, 110 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 50 degrees at 8 miles per hour. So I do want to pull up. I'm going to see if this is going to work. I'm a little bit worried that I'm going... Copyright, right? You know, hopefully this gets stricken down, because I do want to look at the storm and what we're looking at with the development of this system from a live camera view. This is just literally going to go directly into YouTube, so let's hope nothing bad happens besides ads. This is the slowest thing in the world. Oh my god. Come on. Turn the sound all the way off. So as you can see, not a whole lot is actually happening here. If I show y'all, I'm gonna move out of this. Why is this not playing? I don't like this at all. This is making me mad, I'll be honest. So I have high internet, I have high speed internet. According to this thing, I don't. Clearly it's not going to want to work with us. I don't want to just sit here all day and wait while I wait for this to load. So what I'm going to do is head back over here and look at this. As you can see, for whatever reason, it's not showing that aircraft reconnaissance is even headed out here. Yeah, webcam just went down. It's just not working at all for me. So webcam must have gone down because of either a power outage. That might have been my idea. Webcam when power outage in that area. As you can see, central dense overcast in this area. Very, very strong winds are moving into Mexico right now. I actually want to look and see, do we have most likely no buoy observations in this area of Mexico. So I think all the buoy observations are going to be near mainland United States. There's no observations in the entire country of Mexico. Which really sucks, because it would be really nice if there were buoy observations right off the coast. Oh, there's one right here. I see it. And we do have a weather station right here. Let me just put it where we are at the latest. We have it on gust. Air pressure here, as you can see, is 1,008 millibars. Here's another one right here at 1,004 millibars. So as the storm moves in that general area, we're really going to see as the air pressure now, unfortunately, it's going to make its closest approach. I've got to actually see what I'm looking at here first. I got to actually, because this could be moving in this direction, so we don't want to really look at this one. We want to look at this one to really see what is this weather station show as it makes its way close to that weather station. Winds. What was the altimeter was, or the weather? Is the temperature 73? Wind. Again, we have this was at 1442 UTC, and it is like 1500 UTC. So this is a little bit off. Winds are only at 12 miles an hour in this area. So here we got winds of 14 miles an hour. Those winds gusting to with these winds gusting to around 29 miles an hour in this area. So certainly we are seeing much stronger. 35 miles an hour. So as you can clearly see, these winds are indeed gusting and becoming stronger. I just updated, as y'all can see, they're at 1513 UTC. It's now 1522 UTC. So as you can see, those winds are around 17 miles an hour with gusts of 35 miles an hour. I don't like the wind. Pink, red, blue, purple. I don't know which one to make it. I'll just do surface wind. Screw it, I don't care. There are the winds at gusting to 35 miles an hour, relative humidity being relatively great. And nothing super duper crazy, as y'all can see here. Thank God there's something in the way. I can officially say I'm glad there's something in the way of this. As you can see, these winds are going to continue to gust higher and higher as we go throughout the day. If we take a look here in the past several hours, you can see those winds, 23, have only increased in the past several, have only increased. So that's something I want to keep an eye on as the winds continue to intensify. Now winds gusting to about 35 miles an hour. They are actually in the inside of this tropical storm force wind field. They're not quite seeing tropical storm force winds, but we are seeing those winds gusting to tropical depression force, I guess you could say, of about 35 miles an hour. We're going to closely be monitoring this. So, good news is, Recon is only supporting winds of about 75 knots. It's about 85 to 90 miles an hour. So the system has considerably weakened, which is good news for Mexico. So it's still going to be a hurricane, regardless. Maybe not a Category 2 hurricane. It's like high in Cat 1, I think. It's like 90 miles an hour, something like that. But still, we're going to continue to watch as these winds continue to increase in this area. I also want to just take a look at the air pressure. And it's literally not even changed. It's stuck at 1,008 millibars. But throughout the day, we will continue to watch. Not heat index. I meant to hit one gust. I'm going to go to this and do full screen, and we can watch as the storm continues to inch closer to the coast of Mexico. Computer's freezing up on me. That is great news, but as you can see, those winds are going to continue to intensify. It's crazy because they're not showing. It says, okay, news is saying that, oh, it seems to be weakening. Because right now what they're showing is, look at this. We're seeing a huge burst. You see that right here? I need a... You see, oh my God. I want y'all to notice there's this huge burst of convection right here. Boom. You see that? And that is a sign that maybe we could get one last couple bursts of convection. I think it's called a CV, a convective burst. I believe is what they're called in meteorologically speaking. Convective bursts, as this, we do get a convective burst like that, and that spreads out, and we may get an intensity and then it strengthen in winds. I don't like how it's like so blurry. Not a fan of blurriness, to be honest. Okay, I literally had on true color. Why is this looking all yellow? Okay. Let's go. I have no idea why it looks all yellow. There you go. Now it looks fine. But again, we're going to closely be monitoring this as this makes its way closer and closer to Mexico. And again, those winds right here are, they're saying 110 miles an hour, but they're not finding winds that strong anymore. I do want to go back to Control F, minimize this, go back to aircraft reconnaissance. There's 80 surface wind. I don't know, 90 knots still way up there. Like close to 90 knots, 95 knots, something like that. Bring this back up. So as you can see here, they're still finding winds really strong. And that's surface wind, because if you look at this is blue, that's blue. If it was suspect SFMR, which I think is what they suspect it to be, just making a guess to be honest, in an estimation. I don't want to know air pressure. Let's see. 980, so we're still going to be an intense hurricane upon landfall, in my opinion. Closely monitoring the development of the system. I wish there were radar sites down in this area, but there's not. I'll have to look at what suspect SFMR means. I don't even know. That is what we're looking at right here, as those winds again are going to kind of continue to intensify across Mexico, and the conditions again are going to just continue to deteriorate over the next several hours as the storm continues to make its way to Mexico, through Mexico, and make landfall. And then eventually we get to a Category 1 here, air tropical storm, and then a depression, and then that's when we're going to see, do we get anything developing? Do we get any sort of anything developing? And that's what we're going to be watching out for in that orange area, if we get anything developing. Remains a Category 2. It's the forecast. I don't know why aircraft reconnaissance is not working on WSV3. It's kind of sad, but isn't too much I can do about it. It just is what it is. Back to this, new full screen, and we're going to continue to watch the development of this. Again, I wish there were radar sites in this area so we could get a more high resolution, something in this area, but now we kind of get a blurry satellite picture of the hurricane making landfall, and it's going to be making landfall here. And this right here is at maybe making landfall even sooner than they were previously predicting. We're going to put some music on in the background and stuff, and we're going to closely monitor the development and closely watch the progress of this hurricane. I'm going to go and take a look at see if we have any comments, questions, or concerns in the chat, and if so, I will definitely be answering those questions. Yeah, this would have been the first major hurricane in May. It got very, very close to major hurricane status, but it only reached at about 100, and it peaked at 110 miles an hour. Now it's starting to come back down, as y'all can see. Yeah, it rapidly intensified like crazy. It was an impressive storm, to be honest. So the next thing we're going to have to watch is, does it redevelop anything in the Bay of Campeche? And if so, some of the models are showing it making something, maybe a tropical, moderate, weak tropical storm, maybe 50 miles an hour in Florida. They're showing maybe 990 millibars, 998, 995. Doesn't seem very, very strong. If anything, it seems heavily sheared, according to the GFS, which is great news. Great news. So we're not seeing like, oh, category 17 makes landfall, and nothing like super crazy like we're seeing this in Mexico right now, which is sad. It is kind of slightly sad a little bit. It's a bittersweet moment, almost like we're not gonna, after 7 seasons, 7 seasons, something like that. We're no longer gonna be seeing early norms, or this season the streak might end, and which is a good news because we're not having to worry about a tropical storm as early as we were before. It's impressive. It really is an impressive system, as y'all can see here. Gonna kind of go over the main threats with this. Is gonna be flooding. Alright, we're gonna be seeing a lot of flooding with this system. A lot of wind. Again, they're still saying 110 miles per hour, but they're not finding those intense readings anymore. I want to go back and take a look and see what aircraft reconnaissance has found. Flooding, heavy rain, storm surge. Oh, you enable a meso floater for the storm. Okay, I'm gonna actually do that because that. It's actually really cool, I'll be honest. I don't like how it gives like alterating. Oh yeah, I don't like how it gets alterating like that, to be honest, but. See what we got going here. I'm gonna just. Oh, that's much better. There we go. RGB imagery. Oh, okay. Let's use single band. It's gotta load, so I'm gonna give it some time to load. Like Pacific storms that hit Mexico sometimes are strong, but don't do crazy damage due to it getting weaker. Yeah, Patricia was a great example. Literally, the mountains in Patricia weakened the storm faster than it intensified, and I think Patricia is the fastest intensifying tropical cyclone in the history of tropical cyclones, since I think we had some of the earliest records back from 1851. So, wait, no. I said wrong thing. Nope, you're fine. No, you're okay. Just an incredible hurricane right there. Just take a look at that. Just a beautiful, high-resolution image as this hurricane is making landfall soon. Just such a high-resolution hurricane, too. I like this because it's a lot more high-resolution. The others is a lot less low-resolution, and it looks more like a blurry blob that is developing on my screen. Ah, yes. It is just really strange looking, I have to be honest. This makes you, as you can see, it's going to move over here. It just looks so difficult to actually work with. What does this one do? I know, I'm just like, oh, what does this do? Oh, okay, you know? It's just so crazy looking from an angle, you know what I mean? Alright, thank you. I just said, thanks for letting me know. Yeah. No, you're fine. Okay. These sliders are actually really cool. I never really use them. Should know where I'm at. Oh, look, it's making landfall. And I'm not at that. This. You can see. Oh, you can't see anything. I need to just stop and smoke this. I just need to do what I need to do. It does look really cool like that. That's really cool looking. And then if I do a little, voila. It has much more high resolution, and I honestly wish all satellite imagery on this on WSV3 was this high resolution. You go to the other satellite imagery, it just almost looks crappy. I hate to say, and just like I don't like that. It just doesn't look fun. Not cool. Oh, oops. Like, look how high resolution that looks, It just looks perfect. I wish, like, all satellite imagery on WSV3, I wish was more high resolution. You know what I mean? It just really looks a lot better in my opinion. Staying load. Like the way you see it come into view because of the sun. Are those purples I'm seeing there? Look at that. That's some purple, I think, popping up there. It's just kind of, fun to even just look at satellite imagery. A few purples popping up there on the satellite imagery. Very sad there isn't radar in Mexico near the landfall site. That would be so incredible if there was NextRad radar sites. I forgot what NextRad stands for. There's a whole acronym for it. That's why it's in caps. Next generation or whatever. I don't know. But it's just so incredible. You remember I saw videos of Hurricane Michael making landfall of WSV. People use WSV3, and you can see the perfect eye coming to shore. You can see the lightning in it. You can see it was just so incredible. And again, these are wind gusts. These are not sustained wind. So what you're seeing here are wind gusts. And as you can see, 23, 24, all the way up to then what they're now showing of 35 miles an hour, I believe. So those are not sustained winds, but gusts. Those are wind gusts. What else can I use on this? Fuck air mass. It's crazy looking, dude. Water vapor. I'm just wondering if I just look at, like, say, the past 3 hours. Oh, yeah, that's just the past 3 hours. Look at how high resolution that is. It's really incredible to look at that. Wow, would you look at that? Like, look at the purples near where it's. Or no, 3.5 hours. Like, just looking at the purples. You can see the storm rotating. It's just so pretty. It's just like, if you just take a look at the past just 2 hours. Or if I just wanted to say, oh, okay, let's just take a look at the past 1 hour. High resolution, 1 hour. Wow, that's so cool looking. Just the past 1 hour, high resolution, 1 hour. I don't know why I find that so fascinating. It's just cool looking. I don't know what to tell you. Make this even cooler looking the past 30 minutes. Yeah, that almost seems more impressive. Incredible. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is active tropical cyclones. Hurricane Agatha. I'm going to say this because this is cool. Satellite. Something about high resolution stuff. I don't know. I like really high resolution stuff. Make an iPhone 13 a satellite, you know, high resolution satellite. Speed this up a little bit. Whoa, too many images. I wish there were more images and you could get like 100 images. Model data. Model data. Oh wow. Model diagnostic plot. Just look at that jump, it just went way up. That is really incredible. Seeing that there? Absolutely incredible. Purely fascinating right there. Now, this is just the past, this is a 1 hour loop. The data is great. Lars. Let me just check up and see any comments, questions, or concerns in the chat. Completely forgot. Oh my god. Convection on the left side really is intense. Deep convective thunderstorm activity. It's really, I almost want to say this is sad. Because, I don't know. It's just really, I don't know, I just find these satellite, this stuff about these satellite images, I like high resolution stuff. I'm never going to stop talking about that. It does remind me of Grace, but Grace actually developed a decent eye. Not obviously 100% clear, because it wasn't, but Grace did have an eye that did develop. Nothing super crazy. So the 35 that you're seeing is a wind. We do have a weather station in this area in Mexico, and it is a. Let me pull up mine. So this 35 that you're seeing, it's going from like 30 all the way up to 35. That is a weather station, and it's a wind gust. This is the latest wind gust that they're finding 35 miles an hour. Now I know you're like, how's it 35 miles an hour? But it's inside the tropical storm force wind field. These tropical storm force wind field lines aren't obviously perfect. It's just a rough estimation. Clearly, the tropical storm force wind field is a lot smaller than this, because this is a wind gust, and they're not even getting tropical storm force wind gusts. So, the tropical storm force wind field is, clearly a lot smaller than what they're showing right here. But purely incredible. Why do you even have this here still? Who knows, to be honest. It is absolutely beautiful, to be honest. Now what I can do is just do like, even just 2 hours. This is the past 6 hours. Just take a look in the past 30 minutes. It's pretty incredible. So, any other comments, questions, concerns? I want to do a answering some questions. I'm also going to be doing more research on this one, keep looking at it, see what it's doing. And eventually, I don't want to put this about 3 hours, 4 hours. And eventually I'm just going to, I'm going to make this a, just a steady, can't think of the right word, just a, just have the stream going while I'm doing stuff. I do want to do some more stuff around the house that I need to do. Yeah, me too. But yeah, this is what we're gonna see here. This could be potentially become Alex. Now because it's moving the Atlantic, it'll be on the Atlantic Basin. So it's not going to be named Agatha when if it does re-emerge and reach 39-mile-an-hour winds again, it won't be named Agatha. Because it's in the Atlantic, it's in the Pacific. It's in the Caribbean. Well, no, it'll be in the Gulf of Mexico. It wouldn't be named Agatha because it's in the Bay of Campeche, the Bay of Campeche, Gulf of Mexico, Caribbean Sea, the Bahamas. The whole Atlantic covers all of that. And, yeah. Okay, I'm not going to end the stream, but I do want to put music on in the background so people can monitor and closely watch, and I'll be giving updates on this system continuously. There's a lot more convection on the west side than on the east side, so I'm wondering if there's shear. Very, very interesting. Oh, God. I have a headache all of a sudden. Okay. Right now I have to do this. Da-da-da. Oh, wow. .4 at 978 millibars, 75 knots. So yeah, that's oh. This is kilometers, I'm assuming, or nautical miles. Tropical storm force wind field, 34 knots, 50 knots, 64 knots. It goes out 0 nautical miles in hurricane force. There's like no hurricane force. starting to fall apart. Fall asleep, I mean. Not fall apart. God, I hope not. But yeah, these are our latest stuff here. And it is a 2. It's going to weaken to a 1. Tropical storm, and then a depression. And then eventually it will make its way and emerge into the into Bay Campeche, which personally I'm almost a little bit excited for. So these are the sea surface temperatures. Got to keep myself going. All right. So we're gonna be monitoring this. Curious to see if we're gonna see. Doesn't seem to go above 35. But it's very, very fun and interesting to see how the storm just. Nothing past 35, not 35 miles an hour. It's just like, nope, I'm done. Okay. So I will just be right back, guys. I'm going on a break, but I'm gonna add some text on the bottom of the screen. I'm just gonna be like, going on break. We'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. To talk about a little bit more stuff about this storm. And we're gonna add some automated music in the background also. First, I gotta get music up first. Where's this? Please don't freeze on me, it's not what I want. Animated string, and we will be back shortly. Period. I do need to add music in the background. Copyright free music. I need just to generally. I just need to add. There's like fret. How long is this? 1 minute long. Please don't freeze on me. Why is this frozen? Hold up, guys. We got a problem. Gotta shut WSV3 down. WSV3 apparently uses a huge amount of processing power, and it just crashes. There's always this. Okay. Yada 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 yada. There it is, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. There it is, 40 mile per hour wind gusts right there. Now, I need to put some music on in the background. Okay. Yes. Yes, I know those are wind gusts. If it said miles an hour, wind speed miles an hour, I meant to say wind gusts. Right, wind gusts. Now let's get some music going on in the background so I can get on my break right quick. I don't know, I feel so tired all this. I'm just like, I'm gonna fall asleep. What about this? Oh God. Continuing to talk and look and watch the system. As y'all can see, we're now seeing winds gusting to up to 40 miles an hour in Mexico now. As you can see, 40 mile an hour winds are now up to gust. We're going to actually also be looking at the aircraft reconnaissance over as we're starting to get more data in, as now they are showing a much weaker system. I'm also going to go to the National Hurricane Center and see what they're showing with this system also. So I'm going to do that right now. What?
Are you streaming or what?
Yes.
Are they all on your dresser?
No, yeah, I'm just trying to see. Oh shit, where'd you go? Oh my god, you scared me. I'll be honest, you scared me. Okay. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, we got quite a bit of people in here talking. Alright, let's see, we did have only 7 people that are watching that. I have 61 views, the total number of stream views while it was live. Wow, got already 61 views for this stream. So, alright. I'm going to go to the National Hurricane Center, or no, Tropical Tidbits, because I want to take a look and see what are we looking at with this system. 95 knots is what they're still showing here. It did get way up there near Category 3 hurricane status, but not quite there. So again, this is the latest satellite loop of the storm. Looks like an eye might try to be developing, but no. Let's take a look and see what we got here. So it has weakened. As you can see, they're finding only a minimum central air pressure of about 979 millibars. They are going back into the storm to see if they can find a lower air pressure. I mean, they're still, it's not as strong anymore, which is great news, because we don't want a super powerful hurricane crashing into friggin' Mexico. That would not be cool at all. And here's visible high resolution. As you can see, that storm is soon to be making landfall there in Mexico very, very, very soon right now. The storm is becoming more and more intense. And soon, again, very, very soon, this storm is going to make its way into Mexico. And again, I do want to just continue to bring this up. As you can see, the storm is making its way towards Mexico again, with those winds gusting to about 40 miles an hour. Not a huge amount to talk about here. I do want to go over the main threats from this system. The biggest threats, again, will be storm surge on the eastern side, where as this makes landfall, we're going to be seeing winds funneled right in this area right here. And when that happens, then we're going to see more intense. We're going to see those strong 190 to 100 mile an hour winds pushing the East Pacific in that area. And we could have lots of storm surge, big waves on top of that. Alright, we're also going to be seeing a heavy rain. We'll keep getting this air continuously popping up. Nothing I can do about that right now. Just going to have to live with it for right now. The wind's going to be funneling that in. Going to be a heavy rain falling. And again, you can kind of see the terrain in this area. All mountains in this area. Nothing but mountains right here. As we do continue to see the heavy rain, we could have mudslides and landslides. The more rain there is in this area, the more saturated the ground does get. This is going to be bad because then trees aren't going to be able to be, they kind of hold the ground together. And when the ground's already falling apart and the trees don't really have much of anything to grab onto, what happens when on the side of the mountain? They fall. You get a 20,000 pound tree or whatever they weigh, crashing on a house. It's going to flatten that house instantaneously, or whatever it crashes into, a building, a house, unfortunately a person at times. Another one of these things that people really don't even think about is rip currents. Alright? You're out here, you're swimming, you may be way over here where there's a tropical storm warning, and you may not even expect, oh, we're just getting the outer bands, da-da-da-da-da. Guess what? You're still going to have rip currents way out here pulling. All along the coast of Mexico, you're going to have rip currents. Alright? When Hurricane Grace made landfall in Mexico, the Category 3, with those winds exceeding up on around 125 miles an hour there in Mexico, there were rip currents in Galveston, on the other side of the Gulf of Mexico. All along the Texas coast, there were rip currents. So I do think so. All along the coast in this general area, there's going to be rip currents. Wind. Okay? We're also going to be dealing with lots of wind. Tornadoes. Around these outer bands, unfortunately, we don't get radar, so we can't really see tornado warnings. But in these outer bands that you see out here, tornadoes can easily develop and turn into water spouts and move over land and become tornadoes. Usually they're short-lived, not longer than 5, 10, 15 minutes, and they eventually fall apart and die out. These tornadoes are going to be very short-lived, but they can do damage while they're on the ground. Notice how this area of the ground is flat. You may actually get some tornadoes moving into this area. I don't know if there's any cities in this area, but I do know in this part of Mexico there's a lot of small towns. These small towns, even though it's a Category 2 hurricane, it may not seem that bad, but this storm surge comes in, it can flatten towns instantaneously. Because these villages in this area, I think some of the general couple thousand people living in these small villages, towns in this part of Mexico, I don't believe they are very structurally sound to sustain 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds, storm surge, up to 2 feet of flooding, possibly in isolated areas up to 2 feet of flooding, and again, tornadoes in this area are also going to be possible. Very short-lived, but there's not going to be much warning because it's very hard to properly be prepared for a tornado like this. Now again, we're starting to see those winds, that 50 knot, about 60-mile-an-hour wind radii beginning to move inland very, very soon, right there, right off the coast of Mexico. And again, we are seeing those winds gusting to about 40 miles an hour right now, with those winds probably being around 30 or 25 to 30 miles an hour right now. We're now starting to see tropical storm force winds now in Mexico on land, and going to be farther inland. But it's going to have to track through all this dense, all these mountains right through here is a majority of where the most intense mountains are, right in this area. Over here, it seems a lot more flat. This is where the majority of the heaviest intense mountains are in this part of Mexico. Over here, there are still some more higher altitude elevations, and then eventually getting over the southern Bay of Campeche. So again, we're going to be closely monitoring the development of this hurricane as it begins to push and move on shore in Mexico. What else? Anyone, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns, feel free to comment any questions that y'all have. 40-mile-an-hour winds again. Wind gusts, I should say. I keep saying winds, gusts. In this area, we're just gonna see. What do we see now? I do want to take a look, just so we have another idea of what we're looking at here. The forecast radii. See, small hurricane. So maybe some shear here. The mountains ripping it apart. As you can see in this area, winds mainly to the south by the time it gets up here, really going to be falling apart majorly. At that point, falling apart. And then we'll be watching for the development of this system as it makes its way into the Bay of Campeche, and possibly some are saying even over the over Florida. If that happens, there's radar sites in that area, and we'll be able to closely monitor the development of this system in that area. Okay. Just check YouTube. Make sure to see if there's any comments, questions, or concerns. So we still got about 5.5 hours until landfall. So that's in about 5 hours from now. That's 11:30, 12:30, 1, 2:30, 3:30, 4. 5:30 to 6 o'clock tonight is when this could possibly make landfall. So this has got hours to go. They're going to be seeing tropical storm force winds for up to 5 hours. All right, and probably more than that, because the storm is just moving so slowly right now. It is going to take hours for the storm to really make landfall. Not just make landfall, but just, you're going to have tropical storm force winds for such an extended period of time. Speaking of wind, it's actually windy outside right now. Strangely windy. So we'll be watching the winds of 40 miles an hour continuing to occur. Kind of running out of things to even talk about. I'm like, what else? Tornadoes. Well, let's see if there's any lightning in the core of this system. So what I'm going to do is look at, turn this off. Oh yeah, there's a little bit. There's a couple of strikes in that area. There isn't a whole lot of lightning. Look at the lightning right here. I want y'all to notice. Look at that. A couple strikes of lightning here and there. Again, nothing super duper crazy. Especially when I look here in the last hour to see. I did set it to the past hour. Can't see in the bottom left hand corner. Actually, y'all can't see that. Y'all can see here that in this area of the cell of the storm, we're having a huge amount of lightning, but a decent amount of lightning, as y'all can see. So a few strikes of lightning, nothing really crazy. There's one strike right here. So if anything, it's probably maintaining it at least, because there isn't a whole lot of lightning. We did see couple strikes of lightning here in the core of the system, but really nothing. 1-2 strikes of lightning. So if anything, it's probably maintaining it, because there really, honestly, isn't a whole lot of lightning in this part of the storm. We're mainly looking at the core to see if there's a lot of lightning, and there's really not, as y'all can clearly see from that. So if y'all want to have an idea, I'm going to actually turn it. See one there, one there. So about, what, 2 lightning strikes? So yeah, y'all can see a lightning strike there, lightning strike there. Nothing, there were really only 2 lightning strikes in the storm's center, and truthfully only 1. This was closest to the core. This one was farther out here, so really not a whole lot of lightning happening in this core at all. So that's 2, 1. So only 3 lightning strikes in the past hour. A total of 3 lightning strikes in the past hour. So if we just look at the past 6 hours, you can just see all the lightning in this part of the storm, which is actually pretty darn cool. So you can see all that lightning in that system. A majority of the lightning is actually way out here. As y'all can see, as this band of rain was moving, you can kind of see this if we move this direction. Nothing super crazy going on. Take a look at Instagram. There's over 200 people watching there. Alright, Recon just passed over the eye again. Let's take a look. The eye. There isn't really an... Oops. Wrong way. Honestly, there isn't much of an eye when it comes to this hurricane. So this is what the system is. This is where it would be landfall right here. This is where the core actually is. So it's got a decent distance to go before it actually gets to the core of the system. $9.79. 979 at sea level. Not super duper crazy, as y'all can tell. You've seen worse. I've seen worse. Scared out of life with the freaking Katrina, Hurricane Harvey. Well, way worse than this. For that make landfall in Mexico, it would be catastrophe. I mean, technically Harvey did make landfall in Mexico. It was a tropical wave. Or a tropical disturbance or something. I don't freaking even know at this point. Seems like it's just doing a lot of convection. They're saying it's not going to intensify. It's just crazy. Just look at that. The amount of convection it's gone through is just truly incredible. Turning everything back on, I kind of want to go here. Oh, that intensity is incredible. Well, some force winds. We're gonna get an update here pretty soon because this is 36, 37. That's what we're seeing right here, y'all. Yeah, nothing super duper crazy, but that's what we got. Webcam is actually back up. So they're now saying the recon passes indicate some re-intensification, gathering some data to say around, and air pressure is down to 973 millibars. It was around 976 prior, so it does seem that the storm is intensifying once again. And I'm gonna try to bring my webcam back up and show y'all what we got down there. I'm gonna actually just get rid of what this is, cause, well, go back to this camera, take a look at it, see if we can get it going again. Possibly 90 knots once again, we'll see.
Girl, you drive me safely. Those hours practicing with mom weren't in vain. Girl, you...
Try to get through this. So again, we do have this back up and running. So these are the current, the looks of what it's looking like down here in Mexico. So, nothing super crazy, but that's what we got right now. Not a whole lot of storm surge. You can kind of see where the beach is at right down here. You can certainly see much more waves moving in as the hurricane is moving in and getting closer. Not a whole lot of tree action, and a lot of action going on with the trees. There is a decent amount of rain going on in this area. super duper crazy. Still gonna wait for the core of the hurricane to move over this position. If it does, we'll see. So one of the few cores, one of the few areas will bring it down in this area. Starting to pick up, as you can quite obviously see. Stronger winds, a little bit, as you can see the wind moving, the rain hitting the camera at different angles. Nothing super crazy. Stay tuned for further confirmation if it is still a Category 2 hurricane or not. I'm going to put this on pause. Maybe escape. 976, 976, 980, 974.8. Right now seems to be the lowest air pressure right now. 974.8 millibars was the absolute lowest air pressure they found while going through the storm. It is not even 12 yet, so we still got some time. So there it is, 90 knots, not once, but they went through and found about near or around 90 knots. Around twice, at around 80 to 85, well, it says 85 knots up here. I don't understand how that makes sense. Flight level wind is lower than the actual surface wind. I don't know about that one, Chief. So again, that's what they found, 974.8 millibars. Here you can see it went right through. We did find still hurricane force winds there. See what the National Hurricane Center is saying. If they did any kind of an update on this. I don't think they're really gonna do just a special update. Now we would see it for sure. AM, they're still showing winds of 110 miles per hour, moving at around 8 miles per hour right now. God, I can't believe I've been streaming for over an hour now. And this is the latest satellite imagery of the storm. I do want to keep on bringing this up. I do want to keep watching this in the chance that we do continue to see the possibility of, where hurricane force winds and even stronger sustained winds in this area. We're not seeing anything super crazy right now, so we're just turning this off. what would be crazy is if the storm makes landfall west of this, meaning this is on the east side of the storm a little bit. If that eye wall moves right on over eastern eye wall, we could see hurricane. We could see some serious storm surge. And so let's say that it's like right in this area right here. If this moves right there, it's right in that eye wall. Whew. That could be bad. Bad. Alright, nothing super crazy. This is what we are seeing right now in this area. Why does this keep popping up? Why on earth does this keep popping up? Wait. Alright, let's make sure this is off. Alright, let's stay off, okay? Can we do that? Thank you. It's actually almost freaking more windier here than it is in Mexico. It's like, good lord. Any comments, questions, or concerns? I guess I can officially say a hurricane visited my YouTube channel. That's funny. Yes, I'm the real Hurricane Agatha. That's actually really funny. Alright, we have indications based on recon. This storm is at 85 knots, making it yet again a Category 2 hurricane after unofficially weakening to a Category 1 hurricane. 85 knots is what now currently what the Hurricane Watch team is going with right now. So that's like what, 90, we say 85 knots, 2 miles per hour. It's 100 miles an hour. So we're going to say this is a 100 miles an hour hurricane. Re-strengthening, so it is again a Category 2 hurricane, and I'm curious to see what they're going to show here at the 1 p.m. Central update. Because again, we do have a Category 2 hurricane again, once again on our hands. Dangerous stuff, dangerous, and deadly stuff going on here. I'm gonna put my shoes up. I'll be right back. Again, if anyone has any comments, questions, or concerns, you can email me at hurricanewatchteam@gmail.com. We do have a Discord that's in the description. Feel free to join our Discord. We'll be continuing doing live tropical update and continuing to watch the development and continuing to watch the progress of this hurricane throughout the next through Jesus, why can't I not speak? Throughout the next several hours. Why does this always do this? Why does it have to be Oh god. You know, I really hate things right now. It's like you gotta set it, you gotta change it. So now I have to go to set that font. Size is going to be... Why? Why do you have to do this? I absolutely hate that sometimes. So I feel like I gotta completely delete this. And then add a new thing for text. Okay. Select font is going to be 50. Okay. Paste. See, why is it like that? It's like the top half is bigger than the bottom half. I'm going to have to pull this thing up and figure out how to do... So I was going to put this at the bottom of the screen so we have all this cool... Oh yeah, if we go... Oh, that's true. Screw it. I'm not even going to try to worry about it. Whatever. I'm not even putting any headlines there because it's so friggin' complicated. I'm being serious and honest. No comments, questions, or concerns at this time. We're gonna drop zones now. I don't know why this doesn't work over here. It's so friggin' frustrating. Control F. Oh god, life can be frustrating. Okay. Yep, 975 millibars is now what they're saying at the surface. Going to the drop zone. Drops on. $68 knots. It's not that hard. Strong. $1,500 graphics, really nothing changing. Oh my god, go away people, I don't want to talk to you. If I don't answer your phone, it means I don't want to talk to you. This is really becoming interesting right as this thing is approaching land right now. Alright. And that's not even in the center. Alright, we're seeing 975 millibars, and that's not even the center of the storm. And in the center is where we usually have the strongest, the lowest air pressure. The eye wall. I was suggesting an actual deeper pressure is a bit deeper. in the center. So we could be seeing 973, maybe as low as 975 millibars. I don't know. 973 millibars. Could be seeing even lower pressure like that. So again, we do have possibly a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane again right as we speak. And this is hours. This is gonna make landfall tonight, this evening. So this stream is gonna have to go on all day long. Alright, it is now 5 o'clock UTC, 1700 UTC right now. And we got a long time to go. Got a ways to go now. Been streaming for 2 hours now. We got a ways to go. Okay then. Just absolutely just incredible. Taking a look at this that convective energy right there. So what I was noticing is notice here how there isn't a whole lot of convection over it. Look at this. Boom. I think maybe it is starting to organize itself a little bit more now because we're starting to see more convection over the center of circulation. It's becoming more symmetrical, and I think there's a possibility of the storm starting to intensify more, as I have continued to say over the past several hours. Where did I put my shoes at? I need to get my shoes in my closet and clean this place up a little bit. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. We are still and continuing and repeatedly watching the development of this tropical system over the next several hours. Alright? And I think it's still intensifying based on what I'm seeing. There isn't a whole lot of lightning, but just in the past 2 hours, we did see 1 or 2, maybe even up to around 3 lightning strikes near the center of the storm. So, it may be slowly trying to come back together, but I don't think we're going to see, 120, 100. It's not going to be super crazy. It's not going to be like Hurricane Patricia or anything. We're not going to see this thing make landfall at like 200-mile-an-hour winds or whatever. But yeah, I'm going to check and see if we have any other comments, questions, or concerns. So we do have another alert. Let's see what we got here. Another drop zone at this time in the ice, just 974 millibars again. So we're currently going with 100 miles an hour, 85 knots, and 975 millibars an hour, and the 973 can now be discarded. We're going with 975 millibars. I don't think anyone's watching, or a lot of people right now. I'm curious, how many views do I have on this stream? I just kind of, I'm like, actually I think it would be over here. 100 views on this stream. That is pretty darn good. Not great, but it's alright. I was gonna do something, I can't remember. That's right. I need to put in the tropical. God, I need to put in the weather, tropical stuff that they're saying about this system. And I wish I could just add it, but it's so hard to get the headlines perfectly. And this is actually off here. Check and see what we got in the back. Alright, we should be good now. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna try to get that data in there, but I really am just kind of, I'm just like, it's a lot to do. Oh, wow. Okay. So it does seem to be that the storm, if it does make its way through Florida, if anything, it's going to bring a lot of moisture and a hell of a lot of flooding. It does come through Florida. But it won't be a rain issue at all. Is it so blurry looking? I don't like how my logo down here looks so blurry. Ain't nothing I can do about it. That's life, you know? It's gonna update pretty soon. Alright. Well, not a lot here to talk about. I'm gonna work on some stuff right here. Go on another little break and just have some music running on in the background, and hopefully this doesn't crash on me, because God, like, I love WSV3, but it's gonna keep crashing a bit and keep crashing and keep crashing, keep crashing. Text. Okay. But the font needs to be selected. Like, let's say 60. And then click OK. And then I'm just going to write hello to make sure this is... Okay, it is appropriately done. automated. You right click, filters, add, scroll, okay, and then alright, I will be right back, y'all. God, hope. Pray to God this doesn't just be like, nah, man, I'm gonna crash on you like it or not. You know how much that sucks? You gotta realize it, but when something crashes, it's. Warning text. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Copy. Let's hope this works properly. One of the first things I'm going to do is this. Turn this off. I'm actually going to leave this on until I have to... New. Oh, shoot. Why is it like that, bruh? Piece of crap. This is the most painful thing ever. Just kill me wherever I feel like. Just. Okay. Fine. Shift. Yep. This is so dumb. Yes, I'm sure. Okay. Click paste. Select font. 50. It says you can fix it if you press the backspace before the first word on the second line. says there's a backspace before the first word on the second line. See, it needs to be all in one line. I want everything to be in one line and just go right across. No problems. I don't want to see any problems because nobody likes problems. That's pretty obvious. I thought it said languages for a second, but it says Laguenas. Laguenas. Okay. Okay. Now, filters, add, scroll of about 50. Okay. Now bring it right here. Now select font. I don't know. No, not font. I meant to say color. Color. Select color. You're gonna be black. Oh my lord. Woo, I cannot tell you how stressful things can be sometimes. If things don't go my way, oh, it makes me so frustrated. You know what I mean? Frustrated. Alright. I get stressed really easily. Y'all know that. Alright, we're going on break. Oh, wow. Alright, to ensure that y'all can actually hear the music, I'm just gonna go to the stream and just double check. Okay, we're good. So, good day. We now have the latest advisory, 974 millibars, 105 miles an hour. It is still a Category 2 hurricane with those winds of 105 miles an hour. It's slightly weakened. I guess you could say it weakened and then it strengthened, you know, but now winds of about 105 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen, making its way onshore right now. I'm going to bring up the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Here it is, as y'all can clearly read it right here. This is what they're saying. Strong winds and heavy rain spreading inland across that state, because like the X is pronounced as a Z, kind of in English, and it's not Oaxaca. I'm pretty sure that's not how you pronounce it. Oaxaca is probably not the state name. Core of Agatha expected to reach the coast in a few hours. So again, the winds have come down, as you can see right here. I just zoom into this. Apparently not. 105 miles an hour, gusting with 165 mile-kilometer winds. Kilometer 9 winds moving northeast, 50 degrees at 8 miles an hour, 13 kilometers an hour, 974 millibars right there. And again, we're seeing those winds at still the hurricane warnings here. At 1 p.m. discussion. There's a lot to read here. The discussion and outlook again. Hurricane conditions explain the hurricane warning area possible and the watch area through this evening. I'm actually curious to see when they're saying it's going to make landfall. It is getting very close. Hurricane conditions are beginning to occur over Mexico right now. And yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Hurricane watch is in effect for Salina Cruz, eastward to Barra de... Yeah, I can't pronounce half of these names. Will make landfall in the state, landfall in this part of Mexico during the next several hours. The maximum sustained winds are near 105 miles an hour with higher gusts. Little change in strength is expected before Agatha reaches the coast this evening. Rapid weakening is forecasted after landfall, and Agatha is expected to dissipate over southeastern Mexico by late Tuesday. Hurricane force winds extend of around 15 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend outward of up to 90 miles. An observation in Puerto Angel recently reported a wind gust of 40 miles an hour. That might be what this one right here is. I don't know. But this right here, if I can do this correctly, that might be Puerto Angel right there. And that might be where they're seeing those winds gusting to 40 miles an hour. That could certainly be it. If I turn this off. A 1, a tropical storm, a tropical depression zone. This is still closely what we're watching right here. As the storm, we're still seeing these convective bursts. Another convective burst right over here. So we're continuing to watch the development of this hurricane as it continues to develop over the next several hours and continues to make its way farther closer and farther inland. Is this the advisory? I think that's closer, like right here or something. I wish they did hourly updates, honestly. I'm curious, if I go to, let's say, windy, or no, not windy, zoom Earth, will I get radar? I don't know, but I am. Work with me, bro. My computer, I feel like it's just gonna like collapse now. There's literally no radar in this entire area. I don't know, we'll find out. But no, we don't see that. It is going to continue over the next several hours as we wait for this hurricane to make an official landfall right here. We're still waiting. It is still moving at a slow pace right now, at around 8 miles an hour. We will soon begin to see if this does make landfall, and that is going to happen relatively shortly. And then over the next several hours. We'll continue to give up updates from the National Hurricane Center, but right now, what we're saying, we're only seeing winds gusting to about 40 miles per hour right now. Look at RGB satellite. That is where I am. Look at the RGB visible satellite now, okay? Look how blurry this is. This is something I hate. Like how painfully blurry this is. Not fun or cool. What I'm actually going to do is go to tropical and turn everything else off. I'm not seeing an eye popping out in the visible satellite. All I see is pure whiteness. Is this true color? Is there another visible? Is this what we're looking at? So we have to look at true band or single band. Is that it right there in the northern? Oh, I see it. Holy crap, that's crazy. I finally can see the eye. Alright, I'm going to slow this down to like the past hour or so. Finally, I could actually see the eye slowly Look at that. You can see the eye popping out right there. Wow, I don't know why, but that just blows my mind a little bit. Look at that. There's the eye developing and popping out right there. It's crazy. It took me forever, but I can finally actually see the eye. Look at that, y'all. Officially, you can see that eye developing. That's where the true center is at now. Because when you have an eye, you can really see where the center is. When you don't have an eye, it's... I figured it out. I can kind of see the center right there. You can see that eye developing, which is really kind of cool. Too white. Too white to see things. Alright, now I'm kind of curious if I go to pure infrared. It's insane because the eye is right here. So if you see the colors, you can see where the cooler colors are. This kind of looks dumb when I'm doing that. Rotating around it, and then we get more cooler colors near the center, and hotter colors are the cooler colors. The warmer colors near the center, and the colder colors around it. Warmer colors. So, probably stupid at this point. But yeah, you can clearly see something trying to develop, like an eye trying to pop up right in that area. Absolutely incredible as this begins approaching the coast of Mexico. Welcome back. We now have a possible eye now. Oh wow, look at that lightning in the core. Holy crap. Look at that, y'all. I'm gonna do a little bit of this. The northeast side of the storm, we're starting to really see the energy begin to develop, as you can see. There's that eye starting to pop up right in this area as we're getting those more intense thunderstorms around it. We are seeing some, this is where that eye wall actually is, where we would see a red band of rain on radar right in this area. And that is where we're seeing almost like an eye-like feature beginning to pop out. And now we're starting to see an eye develop, and now we're starting to actually see some lightning in that area also. Which is pretty incredible. So that eye wall is now beginning to move onshore right now in Mexico, where we're having these most intense winds where we think are about 100, 105 miles an hour right here. And again, an eye is starting to develop a little bit. At least that is what we think. I almost want to say not really a cool spot, but a more interesting. It's so freaking bright, it's hard to even see. Looks like it's starting to constrict a little bit, as y'all can see. See, we're starting to maybe a little tighter there. You can see maybe a little bit more intense. Look at those cloud tops. I kind of want to just do this and go over to so what I'm noticing is we're starting to see, look at that cold spot right there. or a warmer spot, I should say, where the cloud tops are not as cold. And that is where we're beginning to see an eye begin to pop out right here. Starting to see that eye pop out right now. That is pretty incredible to see. Wow, we might actually get a decent eye. Not a huge eye or anything crazy, but what I'm watching is this is the eye wall. I believe this is going to be the eye wall that's starting to develop, and that is just right off the coast right there. And we're going to start seeing winds of over 100 miles an hour as that storm begins to move inland. And now we're starting to lose data. Those weather stations are now offline, unfortunately. We're seeing only maximum wind gusts of 40 miles an hour, but now those weather stations have now gone offline, which is honestly a little unfortunate. Wow, that's pretty incredible. We're starting to see not only just lightning, but now we're seeing an eye actually begin to develop, which is finally we're starting to get more convection on the east side. So now that we have convection on the west side a little bit in this area, the north side and the northeast side, this is where you're going to see the strongest winds. We're starting to see pretty intense thunderstorm activity right there. And we're starting to see really the possibility of an eye start to actually develop in this, which is pretty incredible. And that's where that eye is starting to develop, which is freaking incredible, honestly. Wow, it's pretty to just see the thunderstorms be just whipping around that center of circulation right there as this is beginning to intensify. See that we're starting to see more thunderstorms. Not as much thunderstorm activity in the deep center. More thunderstorms. Just way too bright to even see anything here. If we go here, you can really see everything much more clear. And as those thunderstorms begin to push north, I guess you could say northeast into Mexico, officially we have an eye beginning to develop. Who's calling me? Tell him I can't talk right now. Which is truly incredible where this is at, and I kind of want to put the track back on so we get an idea, just a general idea of where this is just going to go and head to. Best track right there. Now it's right here roughly. Official track right there. So you can kind of see the general idea of where it is at. That is what we're seeing right here. Pretty incredible, to be honest. And an eye beginning to pop out and actually develop. Kind of scary almost. Oh, not what I meant. And again, we are seeing lightning there in the eye wall. Right here. Look at that. We're starting to see lightning. 1 strike, 2, 3. So we're going to see more lightning. Possibly more lightning in this storm, I think, is possible. Could you imagine being above that? Look. Oh my god. Go away. I'm trying to do something right now. It's so sad that the weather stations, I think, have just gone offline. Or they're just like, nah, I'm done. It doesn't have a lot of time to get this eye developed. It's got 3 or so hours, I would say. I've been streaming for about 3 hours now, so I think we could get a decent eye out of this as this continues to develop. Oh, now that eye wall is, see right here, the eye wall is moving this way and spreading out, which shows an intensification, I believe. There we go, y'all. Wow, pretty, almost, scary. I kind of almost want to see the development of this eye over the past just 3 hours. Wow. That is just, it's just like, wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yep, there's that eye beginning to develop, as y'all can see. More thunderstorm activity happening over here. Is not good at all, and this is only going to get worse, unfortunately, I think, as this continues to and over the next several hours as this eye begins to develop. So I think in 3 hours it's going to make landfall or so, because I've been streaming for about an hour, 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours now. Yep, going on 3 hours since I've been live. I think we got a new lightning strike right there. Four lightning strikes now. I'm gonna put this on pause actually. That's when that happened right there. Boom, yeah, booyah. Right there we do have 3 lightning strikes. This is being the latest one, which just happened 1 minute ago. Now this is lightning strikes. Let me just make sure this is over the past 15 minutes. In the past just 15 minutes or so. .7 minutes ago. But oh yeah, we're gonna just this one, which happened 12 minutes ago, this one 6 minutes ago, and this one just at around 2 or so minutes ago. This is one of the most painfully frustrating things in the world. So yeah, we are seeing up to, now we've seen up to 4 lightning strikes in just a 15-minute period. I think we might see more lightning strikes over in this area right here in the future. Not super long from now, because we're seeing a deeper amount of convection over there. So it is starting to clear out a tiny bit. Very, very fascinating to watch this. I'm gonna actually take off some of the overlays now because, to be honest, they're slightly annoying. This does just give us an idea of where the actual center's at. Just absolutely incredible. That it is, for sure. So that's the lightning strikes that we're at right now. So we're still about 3 lightning strikes. Before we were only getting 1 to 2. Now we're getting 3. Flirting with 4 lightning strikes in a 15-minute time period. So, as y'all can see right down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Keeps going 4 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 3, 3 to 4. So we're gonna certainly see. Is this eye going to completely clear out? If you look at this in just the past few minutes, as you can see here. There's only a 40.3 second delay. That is it. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this and do this. Three, 4, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2. And it's just like, it doesn't know yet. We're just going to continue watching this. It's now fluctuating between 3, 4 right now. Wow. That's really pretty to watch. Alright, I will be back once again. And yeah, peace out. I'll be right back. Be right back. I have to say, doing weather has never been more frustrating in my life than now, because this friggin' thing just doesn't work right. Because the computer's too friggin' slow. I feel like I need a freaking supercomputer just to look at weather and make accurate predictions. It's like, bruh. It is truly frustrating. Okay. An announcement. Alright, we do have a new thing that we are going to be looking at now. It's crazy. We got an eye. Or at least a center of circulation that's ever so slightly more calmer than usual. There are. This is something oh my god, go away. $10 knots, 25 degrees centigrade. Air pressure is 1,003 millibars. Alright, what about this guy? 0 knots. Wow, I highly doubt that one. That just doesn't seem possible. High gusting to 36 knots. So we are actually seeing true weather data. Did you work properly? Like, holy shit, bro. Gusting to 28 knots. How about... Shit, I hate this. Now what about this guy? Really, some of these wind gusts really are just... This one seems to be the best one, where I think it could be doing more the best. Falling slowly. Falling slowly. Should be rapidly falling. It should just... It should be plummeting. It should be dropping like a rock. Honestly, it should not be dropping slowly now, given that, yes, the hurricane is moving at like, what, 6 miles an hour, it seems like? Look at that. Looks like we have an eye now. Friggin' took like 300,000 years. What time is it? Look at this, y'all. Got an eye developing. Look at this. You can see the eye. I keep doing that. See the eye? It's right there, y'all. That is just crazy. There's actually an eye. Wow. And that thing is getting close to landfall now. Really starting to inch closer with what we got now. They're just miles away now. Looks like the eye almost shifted to the east now, because it was over. It's just like. But that's where that eye is at right now. Currently, we're still waiting for an official landfall here. The next couple hours or so, we're going to wait till it happens. think that the best clue for right now in terms of thunderstorm activity and the best observations for the weather. First off, I'm curious. Oh wow, we almost have 200 views now. Up to 8 people have watched me. At our highest peak. Wow, we're doing great. Not that great. We've done better, I'll be honest. 3.5 hours in. If you have any comments, questions, or concerns, feel free to question. Give me any questions y'all want. We're almost at 200 views, which is pretty good in my opinion. But again, we are still watching this eye develop and try to become something. You know, we'll see. What do we get out of this? Do we get an actual eye? We'll see. An actual eye. This is an actual eye, I think. Oh my God. God, do I hate WSV3 so much. This process is going to file because it's being used by another process. Why? How is it being used by another process? This is the only thing I have open that would use that file. I don't know. It's the most frustrating thing ever. It's like, that was at 8/6/32, 1832. .36 knots. What about you? God damn, bro. How's that possible? 1745 when it's only. Oh no, that's 5:45. This is way off. This gust is only at 28 knots. That was at 5:02. It's now 6:43. Bruh. That was over an hour ago. Almost 2 hours ago. Like the air pressure should be in the 900s of millibars by now. You know, I'm just kind of like, it's whatever. And that was at 6:32. I'm wondering when this is going to work again. Work right again, I should say. But again, we do have this hurricane approaching landfall very, very, very shortly here. I'm kind of curious, what are we looking at in terms of this camera? I couldn't think of the words because I don't know why, I just couldn't. Oh, we have ads to look at. Doesn't everyone love to look at ads? They're just great. I should really. Oh, there's the eye. No, I'm sorry. Oh crap, I need to turn this off. Hold up. Pause. Okay, it's on the other one. Okay. Perfect. Over 200 views now. That's incredible. Love seeing that we have over 200 views. I love the hurricane season sometimes. Okay. You hear the wind a little bit? Surprisingly how sunny it is. The camera's doing a little bit of shaking action right here. No storm surge or anything. That is what we're looking at right now with this right here. Truthfully, that's what it sounds like. Nothing super crazy. As y'all can clearly see and hear. They have some much like Landfall, right? Nothing crazy coming out of this. As y'all can see. I'm gonna do a refresh this. That was at 1:28 p.m. Davis. Oh, this is for the WeatherLink network. This is still the system we're watching here. As you can see, that eye has really moved north a little bit, it looks like. So that eye is now the center of circulation. You can see this pushing it northward. You can see the eye looks more in this area. Really, the whole eye is like right here. But what the part of circulation that we can see looks like right there. I don't know. This is really getting interesting here as the hurricane is closing in on the Mexican coastline. Right now, Hurricane Agatha closes in. Or in Mexico is what I would say. I don't know why I'm really tired. Oh. I honestly don't even know what to talk about anymore. Oh, we got another. Let's see what we got going on here. What? She has a plate of what? That sounds pretty good. I'll be right down. I gotta go play some music to make sure that. Alright, they're like, oh, time for lunch. I'm like, okay, I'll have lunch. I am kind of hungry. And I need a boost of energy. This tea isn't doing anything for me. I'm like, I'll just drink some tea. It'll keep me awake. I don't know, for whatever reason, when I sit here and I just look at a storm and I talk about it, I'll get tired and I'll start falling asleep really easily. I need something to keep me going. I will talk about the models after I get back from lunch, if that is okay. I'm just like, don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep, don't fall asleep. I don't know, I just feel extremely tired. God dang it.
Hyundai Santa Fe. Wins every time. Now,